Albatross systems ready. Landing mode engaged. Albatross systems ready. Landing mode engaged. Albatross systems ready. Landing mode engaged. Landing mode engaged.
Test, test. There we go. That's better. Hey. Welcome, Van Erk. Good to see you. Hope things are well with you. Hadn't noticed I wasn't getting mic levels until you said something, and I was talking to someone as opposed to just talking. All right, what do we got? What do we got? Acanthite. That's interesting to me. All right, let's go find that. Acanthite and coal. Yeah, I can work with. And there's limestone on this one. Ho, ho, ho. Well. Harvest time. Are you in the agricultural sector? Ah, okay. Yeah, same thing here. Yeah, we run a micro farm here. When things are normal, quote, we run a micro farm here, and it's personal use. But yeah, harvest season, yeah, busy. I get it. We'll try that. Nope, that's the wrong way. Okay, so I'm moving parallel to it. All right. Where is 0 here? There we go. That's mostly the right direction for everything. Okay, moving away from the acanthite and the limestone, but we'll get to grab the coal. Okay, so we just went by it. So I'm not standing on it, which is the most common reason for that. Ah, there it is right there. Ah, yes, gotcha. Peaceful herbs. All right, and there we have some coal. Well, that's convenient. Been going through a lot of that lately. Not enough to justify loading up on it, but if it's on a rock, it's got acanthite and limestone, well, it's a different discussion. I don't like taking one thing off a rock. That seems cheap. So I try as much as possible to, if I'm pulling up, if I'm doing any amount of mining, I take everything. So as a result, I tend not to mine rocks that don't have everything I need, or that what's on it is not all stuff I need. Leave it for somebody who needs it. I'm not strip mining for profit, I'm strip mining for materials, right? Well, it's not even strip mining, it's selectivity mining. You get what I mean. Yeah, one of those things that's interesting about being in Canada is that it's completely okay to have 2 or 3 plants per person in a household for personal use. It's not even a discussable. It's not even. Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. If you need 10,000 of something, absolutely. Which is, in fact, what brings me out here, is I'm short a couple of things. Specifically that acanthite. So let's try and home in on it. So let's point our face north. That would be you. And get ourselves level. That would be there. Yep. Yeah, here in Canada, it's mostly a function of amount. You know, if you're going to be growing more than 3 or 4 plants, then that's a different discussion. But yeah, and there's 5 adults who live here, so we could have 20 plants in the house. But it does make for interesting conversations with folks from other jurisdictions. Okay, I'm running parallel to the acanthite. So we will now turn 90 degrees and see if anything changes. Because these rocks are so small, you wind up changing axis really quickly because the circumference is so tight. There we go. All right. Okay, yeah. All right. Well, so this is the right direction, but not completely. So down we go. What does this do? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep. Okay. So we're sitting right beside some coal. That's 270 and 0. And if I go for a walk this way, what happens to my acanthite? Wrong direction. There we go. Okay, so I'm parallel to it then. Coal right there. So let's go to 180 and about 0. Nope, that's completely the wrong direction. There we go, that's better. Okay. Which means I'm either over it or under it. Oh, Down it is. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, right here. Build myself a perch. Well, or maybe just steer straight to it by accident. Yeah. There it is. Oh, interesting. It was a peculiar angle. There it is. Oh, wow. This rock hasn't even been broadcast yet. Nice. Okay. Hello, Necro. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks very much for dropping in. Hope you're doing okay on this weekend. So far so good. Just about 9:45 in the morning for me. So was up working on my latest novel project, doing a bit of research because that's part of writing. Because that's a good chunk of writing novels is research. Yeah. And then in a good enough state of health and mood to didn't mind the idea of being on stage, so I figured I'd live stream. If the weather clears up a bit this afternoon, I got stuff to do outside. Time to start winterizing around here. Which means I've got a shed I need to finish putting a roof on. Oh yeah, and I was just gonna say my to-do list in DU is ridiculous. Which reminds me, I need to find myself a new Voxelier, which is kind of upsetting, but oh well. I engaged someone to do some work for me, and they basically went completely the wrong direction in the project. And when I corrected them 3 times about what it was I wanted versus what they were building, well, they just haven't done any work since. So now I've got half a ship, and all of the in some cases the engines have been torn out and stuff like that to make room for the voxel work they were doing. So yeah, I've basically got to dismantle the ship, put it back together from an earlier blueprint, and then try and find someone I can engage to get to do the work. I may just do it myself as a as angles and boxes, because it's supposed to be a factory ship, but still, it's kind of disheartening. If I'd known that was going to be the case, I would have had it done 2 months ago. So, not happy about that. Hey, that's awesome, Necro. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right. Now, so how am I doing? 16%. Okay. So 7,000 liters acanthite. Fantastic. That will go a long way. Okay. Because I'm going to need to buy a bunch of tier 3 ore. So I need, not tier 3, tier 4. Yeah, that is tier 3. I need tier 4 ores. So I need a good reservoir of tier 3s that I can use to make interesting stuff to sell to get the tier 4 ores I need to be able to build some large cores. Alright, oh, there's still acanthite back there. Where? Oh, wrong button. Okay, that's the coal, which isn't necessarily a bad answer. We'll get rid of it just to simplify everything. Because even if it turns out, like, I've got a tile on Alioth. The problem is it's a pain in the ass to get in and out of because of some of the buildings and stuff that are in the area. And bluntly, it's, 15, 16 AU away, so there's no such thing as a quick trip. So I'm thinking that a lot of that ore is going to start getting dropped off at the quarry. At the point that the new mission system works the way it does, I may well just do that. Use that as a revenue source to then go buy the ores I need that are higher tier. But if I'm going to do that, then I need to supplement my tier 1 and tier 2 supply elsewhere. So that's... the asteroid mining isn't a bad deal for that. I actually find this relaxing. Kind of like the little puzzle game, right? The hot cold game. That's cool. I enjoy that. All right. All right. So now. Alright, fine, be that way. Well, 270, sure. Stop. Oh, there's... okay. There's more acanthite and coal around here. Let's see if I can't go grab some of that. Yeah, there's more acanthite back this way. That's not a bad problem to have. Alright, now I'm moving parallel to it. Nope. Alright, take care. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Even a lurk is a help, so thank you. That's great. That's one of the things that takes getting used to with these much smaller diameter asteroids. Oh, apparently I've been here. That's unfortunate. Is just getting used to how how little distance I have to cover to actually find everything. So where is it? There it is. Nice. The bigger rocks give you much more material, but you don't have to go quite so far. So with the smaller asteroids, give and take, right? Excuse me. Okay, there we are. Any more that I need to... Doesn't look like it. Alright. miss any? Nope. Okay. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. One moment. Please hold. Give me a sec here. Ah, there we go. Awesome. Copy link. I don't know if that'll work. Yep. All right. And then let's see here. So I go on over here. I add a media source. That's going to be a browser object. Create new browser settlers fly-in, and then okay, and then do that, and then boop. All right. All right, well, obviously enough, that's not exactly what I want. Properties. So, okay, well, here, inspect. What is it? 522 by 784. Okay. And okay. There we are. And then I can shrink that down a bit. And we can tuck that over there. And we can drag that into the background a little bit. And it can just sit here. That'll do for now. We'll lock that. And then we can go to scenes and gameplay. And we will add browser existing. Okay. We'll put that there. Where'd it go? Browser chat box. What are you doing? Give me a sec here. That doesn't quite work. All right. Good grief, this thing. That'll have to do. Okay. Give me a sec here. I'm trying to figure out what the hell this thing's doing. Well, that's weird. Where does that come from? Dispatch dashboard Twitch. Okay, never mind. It's just going to be weird. Okay. There. That works. And then, hang on a sec here, we can do, we can add a filter. And, effect filter. We can put a glow around that. And we can use our usual. And 4. Huh. Apparently, that ain't much. All right. Infill, no. 100%, yeah. I'm guessing. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Still nothing. Okay, well, maybe glow's not what I want. What else? What are my other options here? Outer glow seemed obvious. Shadow? Okay. It's just going to completely ignore it, apparently. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh well. I'm not going to fight with it anymore. Got the important part taken care of. Alright, back to mining. Okay, we are out of Aconite. Go get that remaining vein, coal vein, and then hunt down the limestone. Well, that's convenient. Limestone apparently is this way too. Oh, wow. Really? Okay, right there. Which means I'm probably standing on it. Nope. we go. Basically, it basically just missed it. Okay. Not a bad problem. Alright, let's see what we got around here now. Oh, there's some. Done with the coal? Nope, we're not done with the coal. Apparently there's still some more behind me. No, no. What the hell? What's going on here? Okay, never mind. Just took a second to sort itself out. Okay, so I'm now parallel to that deposit. I'm surprised. Right. How did I manage that? Well, there we go again. Okay, so that's the wrong direction. Okay. Alright, so it's either above me or it's below me. I'm going to turn around and I'm actually going to go after that hunk of limestone, which I know is back this way. Limestone is far more valuable than the coal, and I can always find the coal later. Okay. Right turn. Okay. There it is. And I suspect, yeah, the coal and the limestone are basically co-located. If I could grab another 5,000 liters or so of limestone, that'd be fantastic. All right. All right. Boop. Okay, that's all the limestone taken care of, or out of this deposit anyway. And we're back to running parallel to the coal. Do a 90-degree turn. Wrong way. There we go. And there we are. Very nice. A little bit more limestone left on this rock, and then probably, well, I'll check to see what the what my hold stores are like. If I'm under 200 tons, I may go sniff around, see if I can find another rock with some copper on it. Okay, I'm at 90 tons. I got plenty of room. Okay. No, okay. No, that's just the distance bounce. Okay. Nope, still the wrong way. I must be vertically positioned on it. Yep. I think I'm just gonna go grab that limestone. Leave the coal for somebody who needs it. There's lots of it on this rock, and I don't need to fill up on it. Okay. There we go. Back on track. Then again, I'm going to wind up standing right beside some coal, so I guess I'll grab it. So 320 is the direction I want to go when I'm done. Literally standing on top of it. Is that it? Yep, looks like it. Okay, guess it was going this way. No, there's still some there. Ah, there it is. I saw that. Where is it? Ah, there it is. Nope, that was all of it. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay, so the limestone probably there. Nope. MNCDK, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Oh. Good coffee. Got a nice blend from a Ethiopian mix from a local roaster. They import a bunch of various nationalities and then do their own blends locally. That one's quite nice. A little bit of blueberry after hint to it. It's blueberry season here, of course, or was, so they mixed a bit of that into it. And it actually, against the Ethiopian bean, it actually, the blend of Ethiopian beans, it actually gives a really nice sort of after palate. Yeah, it's quite pleasant. Let's see here. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for, but nice to find. Get rid of it just so it stops jamming the rest of the signal. I mean, it's not like I won't use it. How are you today, MNCDK? Hope life's treating you well. Good to see you. Appreciate you dropping in. Yep. Yeah, normally, normally I don't go for blends that that have got, you know, non-coffee additives in them, for lack of a better way of putting it. But the place I was at is this very kind of is this really nice art bistro boutique kind of place, and the guy who runs it is from Toronto, and originally ran a very high-end restaurant there, did very well with it, and moved back here, and he set up this little bistro in the back left corner of nowhere. And so he said, no, you'll want to try this. Okay. You haven't steered me wrong yet, so yeah, I was very pleasantly surprised. But yeah, actually, I will go with that. And with the, like I say, with the background of the blueberries mixed into it, it was like, this is a real surprise. It was a very pleasant surprise. Did we get it all? Looks like. Alright, jetpack off and look around. Ah! More coal. Again, not what I'm looking for, but sure. Nice. Yep. Yeah, I've got a little grinder here, and I can basically set. It's quite a nice little piece of kit. Yeah. Oddly enough, I actually don't drink coffee for the caffeine. Coffee, whether it's decaf or caf, has about the same effect on me. I have to go through a lot of it for the caffeine to count. Oddly enough, it's because I just enjoy the ritual of that, buzz, and just, it's how I start my day. It is the way my day shall start. So, yeah. Yep. Okay. All right, let's see if I can find find what it is I'm actually looking for, which is the limestone. All right, north and level. Okay, that's promising. No, that's the coal. That's more coal. All right, so I must be parallel to on one axis or another. Let's see what happens if I go this way. So I really don't want more coal. If you're in a plastics factory, I gotta tell you, this rock's a good deal. Am I standing on it? No. I'm standing beside it. And there it is. So my latest project, because I don't have enough hobby, is I've been messing around with DAZ 3D as preamble, basically learning how to do basic renders and stuff with the idea that I may be doing an EVN. I've got an idea that for something I'm going to want a slow brew to put together, and I've been fascinated by EVNs, well, since I first ran into them. My son got me looking at them originally. And yeah, I've been just toying with the idea, because I have a setting that I've written several novels in. It just begs to do more with it, but there's just the novel format itself, the standard published paper format, is in its own way restrictive. And so I want to experiment with what an EVN actually does for the novel writing experience itself. Just, yeah. Oh, it's been a bit of a rabbit hole in terms of things to learn, and yeah. EVN stands for English Visual Novel. Like I say, I've been fascinated by the visual novel format since I first got pointed at it, and it's just, I grew up in the era of choose your own adventure novels, which were inherently themselves limited by their own format. And so never really turned out to be as satisfying as promised. The visual novel, on the other hand, in an era of, terabyte M2 drives for $99. Really, there isn't a limit on what you can do with them beyond your own patience for the writing process. All right. How are we doing here? Okay, we're... the difference between a visual novel and a comic book, and incidentally, comic books are not inherently a problem. Some people like to curl their nose in the air and call some of them graphic novels as a method of distinguishing themselves, but at the end of the day, it's material to read. Whether or not there is accompanying images is, oddly enough, using images, and this is something I'm experimenting with, is that, oh, good, there it is, a visual novel, no matter what it is, be it a graphic novel, a computer game that tells a story, or a comic book, or whatever, at the end of the day, the graphic does all the scene work. So all of the text that would go into telling you about about how pretty the tree that the protagonist is standing under gets removed. So all that's left is the prose that is vital to the characters. The description is the image, and so what matters is the dialogue and the supporting prose. So yeah, that's an interesting paradigm change. Yes, Firewatch is an excellent example. It's not billed as a as a visual novel, but it actually is. In that the story is relatively linear, has moments where you're mostly along for the ride, and then other moments where you get to make some choices that give you a sense of control in the outcome. target too far, huh? Ah, okay, I see what's going on. Yeah, Firewatch is an excellent example. It's technically an adventure game, but the nature of the adventure is the discovery of the story. There is no, you know, there's no Zelda-esque arch-villain that needs to be vanquished to save the world. You're trying to save your own soul after a fashion. Just like that, there we were. All right. And that's 75–80% of the cargo bay filled, so that's a good load. Yep.
Albatross systems ready.
Yeah, it's almost a movie. Yes, there's just enough where you get to play with the keyboard that it doesn't feel like you're just watching a completely CGI'd movie. All right. Not you. Territories. Haven Alpha. Copy coordinates. Set destination. Take our time here. Bumping one of these rocks would be bad. And it's that pop-in that like that worries me. Cut our braking distance down a little bit here. What's that? That's Port Helios. Someone's got themselves a little platform out here they've called Port Helios, which is interesting because when you go there, currently it's just a warp beacon and an L-core platform that to land on. There's nothing there, so that's a player construct. But just the name, it sounded so official. I actually went over thinking that perhaps it was something that was associated with the Belter station, but no. I hope they develop it into something that players that's a player level RV point. A couple of warp beacons out here already for those folks who have the money for things like warp cells. Oh, but warp cells are free. No, they're not. You're choosing not to recover that money. Just because there's no markup doesn't mean it's not free. Or doesn't mean it's free, rather. Looks like that station is right at the edge of the belt then. Interesting. probably safe to power up. And Lua, go Haven. Now, this is not an autopilot, it is an auto murder, so I have to pay attention to it. All right, and away we go. That is fantastic. There's over 100 missions getting done a day, and most of the time I don't recognize the names. Just taking a look at the mission feed there on the Discord, and that is awesome. It really makes me happy, in fact. I think that came out quite good. I'm very pleased with that. It turns out, according to my space autopilot, that the closest body to the target of Haven is Haven. That's useful information. Oh dear. All right. A little slower to accelerate, I notice. All right. We are 17 SU brakes, so I got lots of room. And there we are. Coast phase. So I apologize. This is going to be 10 or 15 minutes before something else interesting happens. In fact, I'm going to take a couple of minutes here and go and get myself a cup of coffee because it's going to be 10 or 15 minutes before something interesting happens. So I'll probably start braking at 25 SU. We'll see. The 130 tons of cargo on board drops the top end of the ship by 4,000 kilometers an hour. I can normally get this when it's when it's just when it's a wet load only. This thing cruises at about 65,000. So. That was odd. All right. Auto braking has engaged. So the auto murder is not. The auto murder is behaving normally. Um, 10 minutes. 10 minutes, yeah. It's just an S-core. There's no limit to it. There's a long. I was just gonna say that it's just an S-core, so there's limits to how much inertia I can put that I can build up with it, right? But yeah. Keep doing that. How do you do that? Nope. Nope. No V and overview. There we go. All right. 5 minutes to full stop. Keeping an eye on braking distance versus distance to travel, because this has bitten me a couple of times. It turns out planets have thickness. In fact, they're over an SU wide, which means if the place you want to go, yes, yes, voice is better, much better. Still have a touch of the cold that was bothering me, but much better than I was. Breathing hurt at one point, so you know that limits the fun a lot. And thank you, Syncopia. It's very kind of you. Yep, really enjoying that coffee. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Syncopia, you are German, correct? Swiss German. Okay. Can can you explain to me what's the difference between willkommen and moi? Because I hear a lot of streamers say moi, but obviously what they mean is welcome. So I'm just trying to figure out if I'm misunderstanding something. Ah, okay. So okay. Means okay. So and that's why the streaming community okay. Thank you, Evan CDK. Okay, and that's why I see a lot of streamers, particularly in the DJ crowd, the European DJs will, bienvenue, moi moi. Okay, got it. That makes more sense. I knew there was context there that I wasn't getting, and I'm always fascinated by that kind of stuff. Used a lot in Jutland, okay. Well, thank you both. I appreciate that. Interesting. All right, 1.2 to go. And we're just going to lock the brakes on tight at this point. And we will turn our autopilot off. Autopilot, auto murder, same idea really. Let's get, okay, switch to external view so I can see a bit better. I really don't want to hit the planet, oddly enough. So, let's plan to go around. Oh, piss off. What's going on? Oh, okay. I've got my fingers on the wrong part of the keyboard. That'll do it every time. There we go. That maneuver is just easier done from outside, outside than inside. Do the rest from cockpit though. Again, with the whole synthetic vision thing. Okay, got it. Yeah, in Quebec, which is French Canada, there's a bit of a substantial piece of French Canada. There's you'll hear some folks will say salut, not salud, but salut, and it's hi, or it's the sup kind of thing. Whereas where bonjour is of course good day, but it's more commonly people will say bonjour even if it's morning or afternoon. It's just the right. But you will run it. But then under more formal circumstances, you'll hear some people say bon matin, literal good morning. So it's just yeah. Okay. Always interesting how that plugs in. Okay. That's a lander in my flight path. Well, okay, not really. I'll pass well under it. What I will do is drop my speed a bit, and then use my vertical thrusters just to deform my course and make sure I'm not near it. Here we go. No, that's my space station. Okay, that's funny. Understand, yeah. All right. keeping about 45 degrees nose angle. 40 kilometers to atmosphere. Letting Albatross handle deceleration. Want to get into the atmosphere just above Mach 1. Okay, 2K to atmosphere. Crossing Mach 1. Well, no, we're staying at... Okay, we're at Mach 1.1, which is perfect. In the atmosphere. And we're flying. Engines up. 18%, that's a good altitude. We'll just set to auto hold. And here we go. Nice and clean. Currently transonic. And we're supersonic. With this load, I don't expect us to get to much higher than about Mach 1.1, or 1.1 Mach is the proper way to say that. But okay. Radar is off. I am perpetually surprised and underwhelmed by turns with the game, with the graphics capability of the game engine. I mean, you can see the security force field right behind the pilot and navigator through the bridge windows, and that is absolutely amazing. You know, the tail number marker on the side there beside the doors, right? Just all of that, and yet the ground always winds up looking like it was done by, you know, for Microsoft Flight Simulator 96. So I just, yeah. So many places they got so close to being a genuinely great game and just didn't cross that little extra distance. And other places, they put it out of the park. cruising at 1.1 Mach. Good haul. Very pleased with that. I would have preferred copper over the limestone, but it's not like the limestone's going to go to waste. When I flew out yesterday evening, I got out there and there weren't any asteroids. They were all gone. I was like, uh-oh. How often do they respawn? Because, yeah, it's a 20-minute flight one way, right? My block time, if you will, is half an hour by the time, you know, getting up off the ground over there and stopped by the station. Yeah, it's about a half an hour. 20 minutes at 20-minute, you know, direct flight, and then 5-10 minutes at each end. All right, 30 kilometers to go. Using my horizontal thrusters for course adjustment. Much more accurate at these kind of speeds. Okay, we're 20k back. Engines off. Coming out of altitude hold. And very, very gentle descent. Oh yeah, sure, Syncopia. You know, as I was saying, if you happen to, if your warp cells are free, sure. $8K back. I've got lights. Alright, now, from this approach angle, I know where I want to go is to the right. Oops. Yeah, that. Okay, we're going to level up. Switch to exterior view for final. There we go. That would be Y. Nope, that's not my pad. That's somebody else's pad. Oh, that's the station. Where am I at? Ah, there we are. Here we are.
Landing mode engaged.
Okay. Coast ourselves over a little bit for proper parking. There's a lot of what's it called on this? Lumi, but it's all very small, so it doesn't render very far away. I'm gonna have to do something on this with this pad so it renders from a bit further out. Okay.
Landing mode engaged.
And there we go. All right. Alrighty. Yeah. Okay. But as I say, the good news is that it gives me the option of selling some material to get others. So that's great. Go. Excuse me. Oh, actually. Um, awesome. Okay. Hey, Tubes, good to see you. Thanks very much for dropping in. Things are going well here. Just got back from a run out to the belt. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. That really makes me unhappy. Oh, it makes me unhappy. But that's fine. Okay. Most of the way there. Okay, we got all the brakes we need now. What was it I was missing? Okay, so it's the uncommon maneuver. Okay, so it's 2 uncommon maneuver atmospheres, what I'm waiting on. And then the VABs. The windows, not a big deal. Oh, and okay, the wing M's. Okay, so still a decent amount of gear that needs to get produced. That's what I was curious about. Okay. Excuse me. All right. I need that and that. And I need that. Okay. Let's go work back here right now while we're waiting. Actually, yeah. Yeah, I like how that looks. It's coming along well. Okay, so I've got 15 square. Okay. Oops, wrong way. Oh. And out that fast. Bother. Okay. Well, what I can do... no. Wisdom, sir, wisdom. Okay, so I've got... I can do 8. 2... 2... That's not right. Oops. Why are you being like that? Ah, here we go. No, that ain't it. Why? What's going on? Why is that being difficult? Usually, I just drop it and it snaps in place. What's up? No, that's not what I did. So how did I... Must have connected from the inside then. That would make more sense. It's not usually how I do it though. Oh, the problem is there's a... no. There we go. Weird. I don't know why that's being weird, but okay, I'll take it. And we're done. Okay. That's all right. All right. How are we doing here? Great track. Do not understand why I do not hear more DJs playing this one. Alrighty. Now what? Well, I got two problems I need to solve short term. Let's go take a look at this mess. So dry weight is 78 tons. Call it 80 tons. So with 80 tons of cargo, I'll get 4 Gs. Well, 3.5 Gs. We'll say 3.5. If I double that again, that'd get me down to 1.5 Gs, which is barely tolerable. I really don't want to install well, 1.5 in atmosphere is not the end of the world. Yeah, of course. I really do not want to have to load this thing up with L engines, but it's starting to look like I'm not going to get a choice. Because I don't want to depend on the overclocks. Of course, you can make the strong argument that all the overclocks are doing is bringing the engines into line with what the hell they should have been, because the idea that if I'm building an S-core hull, I need L engines on it to get good performance doesn't make any sense to me as a game designer. I would expect that an S-core hull, average performance would be with S engines, and high performance would be with M engines. Not that I would need a mixture of M and L engines to get average performance. So there's that. Of course, this one's a little bit heavier than it probably should be because it's carrying shield generator weapons and things like that, but still. All of that said, yeah, S-core hull, having to put a bunch of L engines onto it just sits bad. The overclocks, if I go with advanced overclocks, it's good for a 50% engine boost. Power, you know, so that would take the 7 Gs, call it 7 Gs, would up to 10 Gs. So that would give me 160 tons at 2 Gs in orbit, in atmosphere. That's acceptable performance. Okay. So now it's just a matter of figuring out decorations, as it were. Do I want... Let's see here. Let's grab these two. Are these... Yeah, those are full squares. Okay. Are they 1x2s? No, 1x1. Okay, great. I thought, but yeah. Copy. Oh, wrong button. Did I? No, those are not okay, it's a super firing turret, but not mounted, but not hard mounted. Okay, so I can drag these out of the way. Oh, right. Change construct. There we go. So I'm going to sit you up here for now. And same thing here. And then we're going to go that and this. Oh, piss off. What did it do? That's exactly not what I wanted, though. That is what I'm trying to achieve. So if I do this, I think that'll be a better looking shape. Okay, so we'll glue that here. And shift enter. Go. And then that. And then I should be able to do something this. Okay, and shift enter. And then chew off the extra. All right, now. To borrow a phrase, okay, now what? Well, it would seem to me that the obvious answer would be something this. So copy. No, that's not what I'm trying to achieve. That is, okay. Yeah, we can probably work with that. There we go. Yep, that did what I wanted. And we can just chew this off. And same problem down here. What happens if yep, we'll go low, as it were. Yeah, that's what I thought might happen there. That's not terrible so far. Okay, yep, we can get away with that. And then that. And then... Now, everybody who actually knows anything about voxels, please cover your eyes. I'll let you know when it's safe to look again. Okay, that's not terrible. The rest of that can be sorted out in post-processing, as it were. That's just going to be a matter of taking the time to fuss down and pick off the extra voxels and fill in some of the gaps where it didn't quite translate right. But that's workable. And then reinforce some of the angles with the line tool again. Stop it. Okay. That gives me at least a shape I can work with. Alright, cool. It's probably safe to look. Probably. Alright. And then here... And yes, a flower pot can fix a lot of problems. Oh, really? You're gonna be like that, huh? Fine, I don't like you either. Yeah, that's what I thought would happen. But that's okay. Again, it's a start. Okay, now, to come back to this discussion. So what's going on here? There we go. Still a little too crinkled there, but that's okay. Now, I need to go here. Oops, wrong button. Keep doing that. Do I want to do this as... Yep, that'll do it. Okay, do this. So this one has to go all the way back here. that's Z20, but is it... No, that's not even close. That's more like it. Okay, and then enter. And then this one goes on top of it, but sinks in one notch, like that. And then this one goes here. Same answer. Cool. Okay. There we go. Just sit there out of the way for a moment, please. Thank you. And then 7. Okay. That turned out just about awful. Yeah, let's not do that. Pretty bad as well. What's going on here? Oh, okay, I see what's going on. So we'll go from here. So 5.5. Yeah, there. Okay. Not great, but not terrible. And then that's... Can I just go from here to there? I doubt it. We'll try. Eh, not awful. Okay, we need to seal that up. And for all of the PvPers in the audience, yes, I'm aware I'm doing it wrong. This is not a PvP ship. Or, specifically, it's not primarily a PvP ship. It's a bloody nose ship. I don't have a use for that yet. It'd be 83,000 liters. Okay. Apologies to everyone who's allergic to math. It'll be over soon. So that would be divided by 1,000, 580 tons. Full of hematite. Okay. Now what happens if I install that? Okay, so there's a space premium. I sort of knew that already. It's a spaceship after all. And then those uncommon optimized are going to be ridiculous for this job. Inspect. That'll be 10,000 liters. Yeah, way too much. 1,300 liters. Yeah, okay. Two? Number two? $36. Okay, so a stack of 240 missiles is 3,600 liters. Okay. And I said that one of those was going to be... Oh, that's the wrong one. $1,300 liters. So I would need 3 of those to give 240 missile reloads. So okay. All right, so I need 3. I need 9 of those uncommon optimized. In other words, all of them. Okay. I'll grab uncommon optimized. I said I needed 9. I have 8. And then, so I actually need 10. So I'll grab 2 more from here. Okay. Hey, look, a use. How many of these? Okay, one sec here. So I said 3. Okay, well, that's not terrible. And then we're going to go... One of these goes back here. And then I need warp. Equip. Okay. And then, all right, so... Yeah, okay, that's the main cargo. So we're going to move that back here, just for now. And then, okay, I need 4 hubs. Equip. That's going to be for warp cores. This is going to be reloads. Okay. Oh, fine, be that way. And there. Okay. Honestly, other than the RP internal detailing, the that's the build functionally. Lots of tuning to do, of course, but yeah, I think that's right. Yep, that looks about right. That'll do. Okay. Let's go check on the industry. I'm noticing a distinct lack of stomp stomp. What's going on? Okay, it's running. Okay, nope, that's ticking. Yep, okay. What a mess. What am I going to do with this? I really don't want to. Yeah. Oh, that's frustrating. Except no, it doesn't go there. Oh, fuck's sakes, what's going on? Oh no. What did I just break? Okay, I don't know. Don't know. Okay. Yep, that's cool. And then we'll do the same thing over here. That's loading. Plant. There. Okay, that would replace that middle piece. Do I want to do that? I don't think I do. I think I like that as it is. Okay. Oh, stompy stomp. Yay. Why are we hitting a script error? Ah. Background processes that hadn't cut. Okay. Okay, baking windshield, but that's not really what I need. But we're okay for material. Oh, I'm out of chromite. All right. Yeah. Okay. A bit of laggy cranky going on there. Okay, 3.5 hours on the stream, that's not bad. So I need chromite. That's really it. If there's petalite while I'm here, I may as well grab it. Okay. Whoop. Not that much, thanks. It's two different people who dropped off orders here. As far as I can tell, almost exclusively for me, so I buy from them equally. And what was the other one? A petalite. Let's see if there's any left. Nope, none locally. Okay. I find it telling that there's nothing available at Aegis. Okay, well, what I'll do... Actually, there's no point in doing that. Never mind. Never mind. Do that. That'll get us back in the chromium steel making business. Yeah, it's a really annoying lag. So the way I do things is that I pre-process in advance. So I've got 15,000 liters of pure lithium in inventory here. Likewise, looks like I'm actually out of... Oh, no chromium. I've still got 12,000 liters of chromium ready to go. So that's not a problem. So essentially what I'm doing is this is my restock supply, right? So if that's running low, it's not the end of the world. It's not actually a bogging manufacture at all. Yeah, I really do hate to do this, but it's just going to annoy the shit out of me until I do, so... Oh well. Tanks, okay, so... Alright, so fuel tanks need to be emptied, and then I can scrap it. Okay. Let's go do that. Oh. Did that wrong. I got the wrong... Yeah, that's what I thought. I got the wrong bin. Okay. A mess. your tongue, bite your tongue, bite your tongue, Michelle. Okay, where is... What the hell? Oh, good. So... Okay. Switch to outpost storage. That ought to do it. Piss off. Okay. I'll just rebuild it in orbit, and I'll build it to my capability. And that'll probably be the last time I do that. Which is, yeah. Okay. Still waiting on wing variants. Defense railgun. Okay, rares I can't do. Three Space Core Unit M. I might actually have that in inventory already. I think you'll see that. Okay, let's, yeah, right. Squirrel. So we'll move the ore into the holding bin first. Okay. And then this stuff can go into distribution bin. Okay, that's full. What a shame. 12,000 liters. Okay, I need to, hang on a second. Let's go run off a batch of the oxygen and a batch of the hydrogen. So obviously my gas storage tanks are full. Now all of that, the 3,000 silicon scrap will set up here, and the rest of this can just go into silo. Oops. Wild bit of lag going on for some reason. What are you for? Oh, okay, yes, I remember what this is. That's all damaged parts for doing test assemblies and stuff like that. That'll go there. Stack all. What I need to do is go through it. Anything that's not damaged should go into the into primary storage, but I'll worry about that another time. And then change this to Haven Silo. And you can just go away. All right. Copper doesn't quite copper the way I expect it to copper in this game. It's mostly the right color, but just so hard to get lighting that actually makes it do what I want, particularly for something that's supposed to be polished. They have a different definition of polish than I do, I guess. Okay, so you're doing that. Oh, right. I was checking to see M space cores. I have 4 of them. No, no, that's dynamics. I don't have space cores. Okay. All right, what's involved in making them? Okay, they wander into advanced, but I can do that. Takes an hour to make one, and requires an uncommon assembly line. I have all that. All right. Okay, Space Core Unit M. Well, let's go set that up. Okay, first off, take the contract. It's not build kits. Okay, I don't have it in here yet. All right then. Oops. And I will make 4 of those. And away we go. What are you up to? Okay. Yeah, next project while I'm waiting. Where am I at? Well, I'm gonna have to pick a corner and declare it correct. So I think it winds up this corner. Actually, what have I got over here? Yeah, we'll work from this corner because it's relatively glue. Now, what I want to do is come in that far. That works better, doesn't it? Alright. I want to keep that edge. So that goes there. That's sort of what I was afraid of, but that's okay. Yeah, I'll have to come at it from this angle. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to see what I'm doing. Alright. There. Just gonna screw that up, but that's easy to fix. Now, what happens here? Can I get away with that? Yeah, looks like it. It's not terrible if I do that. However, it doesn't tell me a damn thing about over there, which is sort of what I was hoping to do. So that would get me where? there. So the other line, it actually needs to be too wide. So then this comes to just the other side of that barrier. Okay, that's not as awful as I was thinking it might be. Do I want to... No, that's where that lines up to, so we'll just leave it alone. Okay, and enter. Actually, we're gonna do this. What happens if I do that? Do I cut into my border? Nope, that lines up exactly the way I want it to. Very good. There, and okay, that'll wind up just having to be its own panel. That's okay. Doopy doopy doo. Likewise, I've got a specialty. Actually, I don't. I've got a raised floor in here, don't I? Yeah, I do. So it doesn't matter. So I'll just. I'm not going to hurt the floor in there. But it will be consistent for the underview. And apparently I'm out of material. Okay. Ah, it's the gray carbon fiber. Yeah, matte gray carbon fiber. Okay. Okay, yeah, I don't want to take out of there. That's for the ship. Matte gray carbon fiber. There we go. 120 cubic meters. Okay. Oh! I've got the wings. Fantastic. Okay. Turn this off. Can get remarked out like so, and then we will grab Yawn 4-wing variants, stack all, go up here, turn this in. Go. Okay. Okay, we should be able to go back to plunking floor up there. We'll get this section done, and then I'm going to wrap up the stream, I think. I got stuff I got to go do. was a demo. That was a demo piece I never cleaned up. So hey, it's gonna get cleaned up. Okay, can't go there because that screws up my edge piece. So that would have to be this. Okay. Can I get... No, it screws up that too. Okay, so that's as far as that one goes. Oops, what happened? Oh, okay, yes, that's normal. That's normal. Never mind. Never minding. No, that's not normal. How did I... What happened here? Okay, yeah, I see what's going on. I see what's going on. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to have to pick an edge, call it correct, and then... Okay, that's fine. And it'll just go back the other way, and I'll tidy that up later. The area beside the elevator and the walkway is going to be much higher traffic. So if I'm going to... so mistakes will be much more noticeable there than here, right? Although I'm not sure how that wound up, but okay. Obviously I measured somewhere. I'll fix it later, as I say. I'm far more worried about this edge than the other one. Yeah, it's okay. I see what I did. I'll fix that. Almost done. Okay. It's better. Little bit less boring, for lack of a better way of putting it. Apparently out of gray again. Okay. Matte gray. There we go. Almost there. Okay, that looks right. Cool. All right, there we go. That's that half done. Long way to go. Keep in mind, this is half. But just because of the shape of the building, I probably won't go the full height of the L core for this one. But it'll be visually obvious at a distance. It's going to be a lot of glass. Okay. Then I got to make a decision about this over here. This isn't going to work the way I wanted it to. I think this site needs to get pulled apart and spread out a little bit longer. But yeah, I'll worry about that. This monster kind of puts a kink in everything, but again, that's not that hard to solve in the short term. It's more of an inconvenience. And then this, yeah, I need to figure out. Yeah, there's a bunch of little things I need to do up here, but yeah, these can't stay where they are for when I put the next floor on. I didn't think that through. I'll either have to pierce the floor for them like this, or they'll have to come down, which means these lanes will have to get rebuilt, so they're better laid out. I thought it was being clever, but really didn't achieve half of what I wanted, but just actually made work for myself with that. That's okay. All right. What we got going on? Yeah, stuff being made. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. right. Yeah, 4-hour stream. That's not bad. Good view of the sunrise. I got a bunch of work to do down there yet. Like I say, that I need to improve. It doesn't the light elements only render at the last minute, so you don't get as much visibility on it from a distance as I'd like. So I'm going to need to make. Essentially, I'm going to need to make some landing markers or something for the corners out of double width Lumi. Double width Lumi is visible at over 10 kilometers. Well, over 8 kilometers. So if I do corner pieces, then no matter which way I'm coming at it from, I may color code them based on compass point. Or I may just replace the middle piece with a compass, right? So that it's visible from a noticeably bigger distance. Because the way it's set up right now is just a problem. Can't see it until I'm on top of it, which makes the landing more difficult than I like. But coming along so far. And that'll be out of here soon. That'll be a relief. Okay. Well, folks, I think that's it for today. Thank you so very much for hanging out with me. I do appreciate you. I'm going to wrap it up there. We're going to see if there's any... there should be somebody else on at this point. We'll raid over to them. Let's see who's around. Oh, you're very welcome, Syncopia. Ah, Swervin. There you go. We'll raid on over to Swervin for his Saturday afternoon show. So everyone say hello when we get there. And yeah, take care of yourselves. Have fun with whatever games you're playing. Reach out to folks you haven't heard from in a while. Let them know that DU is back. You've got a favorite server. And and also, yeah, don't forget about the fly-in coming up. Wow, next weekend. That's next weekend. So if you want to be part of that, now's the time. Make sure you got make your plans to be able to go visit and hang out and look around. So yeah, I wonder, do you guys see that green that just popped in behind me? I don't know what that is. That's weird. Anyway, so there we go, folks. Take care of yourselves. We'll raid on over to Swervin. All right, start raid. Right. We'll just give it another few seconds here and we'll be on our way over. Alright. And that's everybody in the channel, so we'll raid now. Thanks again, everybody. Take care of yourselves.
sleep.